Hi, guys. Welcome to the Late Show. Welcome to the best watch show on YouTube. We're going to talk watches again. We're going to preview the Sotheby's Important Watches 2 auction, which is an online exclusive and which is going on as we speak. It is based out of Geneva and contains some 370 lots. So there's a lot to talk about. But as I usually do, I will start with something that I covered on Instagram today and we will move from there. This is something that actually I just came across yesterday on Hodinky. They had this ongoing series on top 10 lost watches of all time, right? Best lost watches of all time. And this was the part two of that series, and they were talking about Sugar Ray Robinson's Patek Philippe 1518, which is a perpetual calendar chronograph. And of course, as you know, it is in fact, as a reference, the first perpetual calendar chronograph to be put in serial production, and that was back in 1941. Apparently, Sugar Ray got himself one of those in 18 karat pink gold, and no wonder. The man certainly liked pink. You might even say it was his favorite color. Here, he's in front of his establishments, Ray Robinson Enterprises, and his nightclub, Sugar Ray's, which I believe is 127th, no, 124th and 7th in Harlem. Unfortunately, no longer exists today. Um, Leaning against his pink Cadillac, flamingo pink Cadillac from back in time. And here he is actually signing autographs in Paris on his way to London when he was going to fight, where he was going to fight Randolph Turpin and get only the second loss on his record, some 8 years after his very first, which was against Jake LaMotta, who had overall fought Sugar Ray so many times that he said that I must have gotten diabetes from it. Now, the story was that Sugar Ray had lost his 1518 and it was stolen from his locker during a fight in Turin. Um, and the record was always that was in 1957. And Rich Forden for Hodinky uncovered these photographs, which are from 1951. And actually, the only time Sugar Ray fought in Torino or Turin was in 1951, um, which is right before these photographs were taken. He fought a Belgian by the name of Cyril Delannoy at the Palazzo dello Sport in Torino on July 1st, 1951. So somehow things have gotten more mysterious thanks to Rich's discovery. Now we don't even know when this watch was exactly lost and under what circumstances, but we at least know that Sugar Ray was still wearing it after the fight, immediately after the fight, almost a week after the fight, on his way to London as he was passing through Paris, signing away joyfully some autographs for his adoring fans. This is very rare watch, of course. When I say serially produced, I want to say hi, by the way, to some of the good people who have come in. Bezos, lovely to see you, and JJ, big Sugar Ray fan and big boxing fan, of course. I would say, pound for pound, Sugar Ray has to be the best. Arguably, certainly one of the best, though. So don't get the wrong idea when I say first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph in reference to 1518, because that goes all the way back to 1941. And what one understands from serial production in watches, especially from a company like Patek Philippe, is obviously very different in 1940s to what we understand from it now. A total of 281 examples of this watch have been produced, and there are about 4 examples of it in stainless steel that have been discovered, all of which have somehow cropped up and were sold on auctions for a lot of money, I must add. But the yellow gold ones already are worth quite a bit. I think the last one that I saw, which sold, was fairly recent, in, I think, last December. I want to say it was last December at Sotheby's, but let me double check. Just going for more than $250,000. But the pink gold ones are even more rare. I think there are about 58 of them in existence, and they creep up to 7 figures, and more. So probably with a provenance like this, if something like Sugar Ray Robinson's Patek Philippe 1518 was somehow recovered, it would be in the range of millions of dollars, probably 2, 3, perhaps $4 million. So that's a nice heist. I don't know where it ended up, but it's a very rare watch. Certainly one of the pound for pound best in horology, for one of the best, if not the best, pound for pound boxer in history. Again, very cool watch for a very cool, charismatic athlete here signing autographs on the streets of Paris for adoring fans who are leaning into his drop top Cadillac. With that being said, it would be really nice if you would follow me on Instagram as well. If you have not done so until now, if you use it at all, please feel free. I would really appreciate that. As you know, if you follow me here, that's good enough. But things move in a viral fashion online, as you know. So sometimes I get, uh, I catch some momentum in one platform or another, but that would be really kind. Now, I wanted to start covering the Sotheby's Important Watches 2 auction with the piece that is on the thumbnail, which I want to call the Matrix, because, one of the beautiful things about these semi precious stone dials, including the meteorite dial, that are used for the faces of watches is the fact that such such stone dials make each watch, in a way, a one of a kind watch because they all have a different texture, a different kind of pattern, uh, different kind of striations, which is certainly the case with the meteorite. And since Rolex uses this kind of grayscale, quote unquote, neutral treatment for it, rather than coloring it like coloring it, let's say blue, like other brands do, or even black, it's really, in a way, luck of the draw. I find some of the meteorite dials unattractive in the extreme. Others like the platonic ideal of what a watch dial should look like. Um, so in this case, I think it came out really interestingly, and it's kind of like a grayscale view of the matrix, kind of raining down on the screen. So I really, really like this one. And they matched it with textured sailcloth like strap as against the original leather strap, which I think is actually a beautiful idea and makes this watch look much sportier and um, in a deserved way, because I think that's the vibe I get from the red accents on the dial, of course, from the fact that this is a sports chronograph originally, and it is here offered in white metal, specifically white gold, which is 116519, since it came originally on a leather strap matched with an 18 karat white gold déployant clasp. And there you can see both the original warranty card with M serial, which dates it to roughly around 2008, and then a service card, which specifies the date of the service for August 2021. This particular piece was offered at lot number 178 with an estimated value of 34,000 to 56.5 in US dollars. It currently has a single bid on it, which meets the reserve, and that's in the region of 28,300 in US dollars. A very interesting watch, and certainly a great idea to match it with that sailcloth like strap, which really makes this watch look sporty in the best sense. Most certainly. I mean, it's really a joy to see the guy even skip rope. As you know, he was a great, great dancer. Um, wait, let me pull up his one of his poses with the Eiffel Tower in the background. He would have been he would have been pretty popular on Instagram, I think, if he were alive today. Right here. Very, very cool guy indeed. Yeah, and Ali said that he kind of, formed his boxing style, his shuffles, his feet after Sugar Ray Robinson. And we don't have enough uh, film. We don't have enough video of Sugar Ray Robinson's fights to study him that carefully and that closely. But what you can see from the extant footage is very impressive, especially in the way he leverages his power. I mean, it just, to this day, um, even among the boxers with the best technique, you can hardly see someone who gets so much torque behind every single shot, and that carried him as a champion from welterweight to middleweight. And there were not an umpteen number of divisions at the time. And it almost made him a champion in light heavyweight too. But I think by then he was already too shop worn and old more than anything, and also simply just too light for 175. Sorry, 175 pounds. Yeah, that's what it should be. Obviously a legend. So let's go back to the very first page, because we start with four very special tutors. Ed Sheeran was just acquitted today. He was taken to court for plagiarism, basically, for cribbing Marvin Gaye's "Let's Get It On," but he was found innocent. Um, this is a Tudor Black Bay 58 that he had Tudor make as a special edition, as a limited run for his Divide tour. And it actually has the logo for that tour at 6 o'clock. And it's that division symbol with Divide written in it at 6 o'clock. On a black canvas strap with its original set of accessories. The estimate for the watch was in the range of 11,000 to 22,600 in US dollars. And the current bid is right around 15,000 in US dollars. $152 is an incredible Pelagos because it is an edition of the blue made for the Royal Navy clearance divers for their 70th anniversary. This is Tudor's professional diver watch at 42 millimeters, executed fully in titanium. The piece, in addition to the two lines on the dial, is also marked on the case back, one of 70. This is number 4, specifically made for the Royal Navy clearance diver squadron, who have the task actually to disarm mines and other kinds of explosive devices underwater, which is sounds very dangerous, but also extremely cool. And they are part of the Diving and Threat Exploitation Group, which is abbreviated here as DTXG. Alpha Squadron, limited edition, number 4 out of 70. This particular piece comes with diver doll, I mean, action figure, excuse me, the full set of accessories, including the booklets and a book written by Tony Groom, aptly and succinctly titled Diver. Of course, 2 sets of additional straps in rubber. The Tudor Pelagos, made for the Royal Navy clearance diver Alpha Squadron, in a limited run of 70 pieces with extra 2 lines of writing on the dial for their 70th anniversary, and a case back engraving that carries their logo and specifies the number of this particular example within that limited run. Mikey, thank you again. Just got here, $5. Thank you so much. I can't stay long, but I wanted to show my support. I really appreciate you. That's a dope tutor. Wish it was a bit thinner though. Pelagos 39 might be a good compromise for you, perhaps. Um, I really like the Pelagos as it originally came out, and especially in this blue. It is a big watch for me, for my wrist. My wrists are very small. I think the fact that they're so hairy makes them look a little larger, just a tiny bit. But look, I mean, this is my Breguet Type 20. Hey, this, come on in. How are you?
Hey, what's up? Beautiful.
Thank you, man. So nice to see you.
You too.
Good morning. What are you eating? I'm
Bagel.
jealous. Oh, give me ein bisschen. I will indulge in my own bad habit to celebrate the first super chat of the day. How you been, man?
Ah, I'll talk to you off screen about, off air about it.
Of course. Have you been enjoying your new citizen?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Your Fujitsubo? Fujitsubo?
Yeah.
Man, that's a cool watch.
Focus.
And such a nice strap to match it with.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Man, how do you like this tutor, man?
I love it. I love it. It reminds me of this.
Yeah, yeah. and it's in titanium, just like
Yeah.
your Citizen ProMaster as well. And the dimensions, I think, are quite similar. The Citizen is 41, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well,
Yeah, it's cool. Once again, thank you, your friend Mikey. So this piece is currently being bid at around 13,600 in US dollars. At lot 152. And they are really seem to be milking this Platinum Jubilee Rasp Blue Bay. We
what is
talked
it?
quite a bit.
What's that sign?
So that is, as you probably recognize, the Tudor Rose, right? And
Oh,
it is part of uh, that is the symbol of this branch of the Metropolitan Police in London, called Royalty and Specialist Protection. And their task is to protect the members of the royal family, as well as like high level government officials, like parliaments, parliament members, other sorts of deputies. And apparently they had 300 examples of this Black Bay 58 in blue, or Blue Bay, made with these special dials and engravings of last year, because it was the Platinum Jubilee, 70 years of service for Queen Elizabeth, who of course passed away shortly thereafter.
wow.
So a lot of the 300 examples have been coming up on sale because it's just the right time. It's the spring auction season. In 2 days, the king is going to be crowned. um, the coronation sale happened at Sotheby's. They had an example which I really want to check now to see how much it sold for.
Okay.
They had in fact two very interesting watches that I covered here on this channel in a recent video. Oops, I don't know what I did there, but I'm glad I didn't kick you out or something.
Huh.
Oops, man, what a mess. Sorry about that. That's not what I was supposed to send. Hey, Mikey, I'm not a, I'm not a headmaster, so I wouldn't judge you even if it were misspelling. Um, so, so there were two watches at the Sotheby's coronation sale, two divers that both commemorated the Platinum Jubilee from last year, and were made in limited editions. An example of the same watch we were just looking at, which just sold for more than 19,000 in British pounds. And then there was also a very cool Breitling Super Ocean Heritage, the B20 automatic, which I think is even cooler. Even though I like the Tudor more, this is one, it has the royal coat of arms at 9 o'clock. in addition to the recognition of the Platinum Jubilee. And it also has only 70 examples in the series made for the same unit, but only 70 examples in the Breitling, and that was lot 34 in the coronation sale, and it sold for just a little more than 12,000 in British pounds as well.
Mm-hmm.
Lot 33, the Tudor, sold for 19,000,
Mm-hmm.
which is interesting, by the way, because I think last year in September, one of these sold for 63,000 British pounds, again by Sotheby's in September 2022. I think the coronation sale mostly escaped the attention of people like us, even though I highlighted it in that video. I don't think anyone paid attention to it. I also covered it on Instagram. Um, and there were so many interesting pieces in the coronation sale, that like a very rare bottle of Chateau Mouton Rothschild or Rothschild from 2004. That has like one of King Charles III's own watercolors depicting a French landscape and note by his hand that celebrates the centenary of the British-French
Hey,
alliance.
Brando,
Tell me.
it's really interesting, but I gotta go to sleep.
Okay, I understand, man. Take
I'm
care.
sorry for my short stay. I thought I could do it, but my eyes are shutting. That's why I put my shades because I don't want to see you cut
Yeah, I,
my.
I thought I thought you were already looking cool, but this is much cooler. Go get some rest. We'll catch up later.
Have a good stream, man.
Love you, man. Take care.
I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later.
All right.
See ya. Bye bye.
We'll catch up soon. Take care, this. Love you, man. Thank you, this, for your participation. I appreciate you always. So we're going back from that Tudor Platinum Jubilee RASP for royalty and specialist protection service that sold for about 19,000 British pounds. Back to Sotheby's and their lot 153, which has not yet attracted a bid, but has an estimate of 15,800 to 22,600 in US dollars. A very cool piece. When the first example came out in September of 2022, I think people are a little too eager, perhaps. They didn't know how many more would come out sooner than later. I think there's also the fact that people simply didn't think about the coronation sale. But anyway, in September, it sold for more than 60,000 British pounds. Just today, earlier today, as part of the coronation sale at Sotheby's London, an example of these sold for a little more than 19,000 British pounds. Here, the estimate is at least around $16,000, but the piece has not yet attracted any bids, but there are almost 11 days to go, so there's still time. Hey, Polly. Nice to see you. And Basil's, I completely agree. It's always great to see this. And I'm sure we will see more of him as he starts feeling better. 154 is a much earlier example of a special tutor. This is a 30 millimeter oyster perpetual style tutor with enamel painting of sailboats at the center of the dial and Eastern Arabic numerals on the hour track. A very cool piece, especially with these lozenge slash diamond shaped sword hands. It just looks extremely cool. It is in stainless steel and it comes on a matching stainless steel oyster style straight end link bracelet as well. Again, an extremely cool and very rare piece. It's in decent condition. You know, the case looks good. The dial has clearly seen better days, but much, much rather this than something that has been restored and somehow covered up. This is lot 154 for a Tudor Oyster reference 7802 in stainless steel with an enamel painting of a sailboat at the center of the dial and Eastern Arabic numerals on the hour track. Hand wound caliber in a 30 millimeter stainless steel case with an estimated value of 6,800 to around 9,000 US dollars or more. If you want me to cover any of the pieces, please feel free to check out the listings right here and feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to get back to you and go into that watch in some horological and historical detail. At 157, we have a Submariner Hulk from 2010. The piece seems in pristine condition. From the first year of its introduction, 2010, 116610 LV for lunette verte, for the green bezel. Of course, what distinguishes this particular piece, in addition to the ceramic bezel insert, is the sunburst green dial, which actually is a chameleon and can register in a lot of lighting simply as black, even though once the light hits it at the right angle, especially natural light, especially sunlight, it really, really shines. This is lot 157, which is currently being bid at more than 18,000 in US dollars. At lot number 158, we have a gold sub with the nipple dial. This is the 5-digit reference 16808 from around 1986. It seems in a very good condition, quite honestly. Everything aged in such a uniform manner, not to the extent that it would raise suspicion, but in a very organic way. Because, sometimes these things can be simply manufactured in that way. As you see, the case has still fresh, crisp hallmarks on the back, which testifies to its well preserved condition, presented on a matching 18 karat yellow gold oyster bracelet with polished center links. This particular piece has a single bid right now on it that allowed the reserve to be met right around $34,000. At lot 159, we have the reference 5512. This is one that they call Eagle Beak, an early enough example. Not only does it have a gilt dial, but also these angular beak like crown guards, which are the source of the nickname. They are much blockier and much less sculpted, much less angular in later references. So this is very unique from around 1959 for the OG Submariner with the crown guards, 5512, from when it was a two-liner, meters first, of course. This is lot 159. This lot has not yet attracted any bids, but the estimate for it is somewhere around 40,000 to 51,000 in US dollars. At lot 161, we have a single red Submariner. This is the reference 1680 1680. The Submariner date, the name of the model in red on the dial. There's a little bit of a humidity ingress, seemingly, and I believe the glass is cracked. The crystal is cracked right around 11:30 o'clock. But the watch otherwise seems to be in good, honest condition. On its original folded link oyster bracelet, the piece is from around 1973. At lot number 161, this piece has failed yet to attract any offers, but the pre-auction estimate values it around 17,000 to more than 27,000 in US dollars. At 162, we have a Coke. This is the reference 16710, which has the black and red for the aluminum 24-hour bezel. black for the night hours, and red for the sunlight. This piece, of course, unlike the first generation of the GMT Master, has a jumping hour hand, so to speak, which can be adjusted independently through the crown in 1 hour increments. This was a function that was introduced with reference 16760, which is fondly called Sophia Loren by many collectors for its voluptuous figure. 16710 is a slightly later reference, but has the same functionality with a slimmer case profile. This particular example is a relatively early example from the late 80s, comes with its original punched warranty papers, a service card from 2008, service correspondence from 2008 and 2014, and it is really in pristine condition for a watch of its age. Lot number 161, which is a Rolex GMT Master Coke, reference 16710 from late 80s. The piece is currently being bid at 9,600 in US dollars. Very nice, very nice. And that's a good way to remind everyone. I'm going to make a quick video about this tomorrow, that Rolex's CPO services have now been introduced in the United States through Tournon Bucherat as well, which was, of course, the network of authorized dealers that held that license in Europe as well. It's a good watch. I mean, Coke is a great watch. I think for me, look, I have nothing against the Pepsi, except when it comes to the beverage. Pepsi is not okay. But joking aside, as much as I like the no-nonsense aesthetic of the black, 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 just the black bezel in aluminum or ceramic, I think for the functionality of the watch, since that bicolor expression also serves as the AM PM, well, I shouldn't say AM PM, but really day night indicator. I think it's really important for it to have two different colors. And for me, the Pepsi is too colorful for this generation. So I much prefer the Coke. Same with the current pieces, by the way. I much prefer the black and blue to blue and red. So it is what it is. And I am a pre-ceramic guy. So for me, the GMT Master 2 that I got, that I wanted to add to my collection, was in fact the Coke. And this piece is currently being bid at right around $9,600 at lot 162 for the ongoing Sotheby's online auction, Important Watches Part 2. Thank you for being here, by the way. Please hit the like button. It helps me a great deal. For the kind of small channel that this is, it really makes a lot of difference. The more likes I get, that little bit of a boost, adds me a couple of new subscribers every day, that's that's great help for me. So please hit the like button. It makes all the difference in the world. This is lot number 163, 1675. This is the reference that came right after the original reference 6542. That functionality, which was presumably invented for Pan Am pilots to give them the ability to track a second time zone on their watch. The bakelite bezels, which were uh, actually loomed in the original version, had kind of a bad reputation, both because of the exposure to extra radium, but mostly because bakelite proved to be too fragile and too unstable to use as a bezel insert for a sporty watch like this, for a tool watch. So even before 65 reference 6542 reference was transitioned into 1675, they were already replaced with aluminum bezels. 1675 as a long-running reference is an icon in its own right, and people usually associate the image with the so-called Pepsi bezel, with the with the blue and red um, colors, which are faded in their own unique ways. Here it is kind of like washed denim and true red. Great, great combination. The dial seems to be in great condition, even though the acrylic crystal is severely scratched, which is something just a little dab of toothpaste can fix. Very grimy piece once again. I don't know why. I can kind of understand why they don't clean the crystal, because they might want to leave those kinds of cosmetic changes and manipulations to the winner of the auction. But goddamn, man, like high level auction houses presenting watches like this, it twists my stomach into a knot, to be brutally honest. I don't know if they would do something like this when they're trying to sell an important piece of art. I don't know if they would hang it up with some grimy piece of frame. Um, if it didn't have the frame, they would probably replace that frame with something period appropriate. I know we have different standards and sometimes more stringent standards when it comes to vintage watches, especially when it comes to Rolex. People want everything original. But come on, this is just stomach churning. Um, fuck. I don't even know what to say. Anyway, lot number 163. This is a GMT reference, GMT Master reference 1675 from around 1969. Comes naked, as we say, watch only on its matching oyster bracelets. This piece has not yet attracted any bids, but the pre-auction estimate is right around 11,300 to 17,000 in US dollars. At 167, we have a reference 116509, a white gold Daytona on matching white gold oyster bracelets. In this case, what we have is a racing dial, silvered. diamond encrusted, or pavé if you want to sound real sophisticated. These pieces with the oversized Arabic numerals that are radially placed around our track usually go by the name of racing dial. They weren't very popular when they existed. They have long been discontinued. I find them really interesting. I think when they occur, when they're on the dials of precious metal Daytonas, they also usually signify a great deal. In this case, you have something a little different, something a little more special. So I don't know if this would attract some uh, other kind of interest, but this is lot 167 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116509, 18 karat white gold Daytona on a matching oyster bracelet and with a diamond pavé racing dial with blue Arabic numerals from around 2007. The pre-auction estimates stands at 34,000 to 56,500 US dollars or more. There are no bids so far, so this can be an interesting target of opportunity for the right person potentially, but it remains to be seen. There are more than 10 days left until the hammer comes down. Speaking of racing dials, what you have is the Racing Panda in the next reference. This is lot number 168, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116509, with a white dial, red accents on the chronograph hands, black outer rings on the chronograph registers, and black applied Arabic numerals that are radially placed along the hour track. Racing dial once again. These kinds of pieces on the secondary markets, say vintage watch dealer, second, secondary market dealer, Chrono 24, eBay, these reference points with the racing dials sometimes come up and get snapped up at ridiculously low prices. If you think the price point here is somewhat attractive, you would be even more attracted by those price points. But still, this is an important thing to pay attention to, at least to see how these pieces track on a more mainstream market, on a more high rolling market in a certain sense. This particular piece failed to attract any offers as of yet, but the pre-auction estimate stands around 34,000 US dollars to 45,000. At lot number 170, we have a Panda Big Red, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6265, based on the Valjoux 72 caliber 727. Black chronograph registers against a white background, screw down pushers, stainless steel tachymeter bezel that matches the material of the case as well as the oyster bracelet. This piece is from around 1986, and it seems to be in quite a well-preserved condition. The piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the pre-auction estimate stands at 56,500 all the way up to 80,000 in US dollars. That was lot number 170 for a Rolex Daytona Big Red, reference 6265 in the Panda configuration, so with black chronograph registers against a silvered white background. These watches are called the Big Red in this configuration, or in the so-called reverse Panda, because they have the name of the model right over the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, written in a big red font. At lot number 171, we have an inverted 6 floating cosmograph, black dial, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520. These pieces are called the Zenith Daytona because they were the first generation of automatic Daytona chronographs, which were built on the base of the Zenith El Primero caliber 400, which was one of the first, if not the first, integrated chronograph movements in the world, integrated self-winding chronograph movements in the world, hence the name. This is an early example of the Zenith Daytona. With the black dial, very well preserved, comes with its papers as well as a presentation box and the product literature, damn near full set. A service warranty from 2017 is included as well. This is once again a Rolex Daytona, reference 16520 at lot number 171, which has already attracted a bid, and it is being bid at slightly more than $45,000 currently. I think the fact that it's an early example and comes as a full set has an effect on the price, but still, wow. You can certainly get an example of this reference for significantly less than that, unless you are really wedded to particular years, particular kinds of dials, and getting a full set, so on and so forth. Beautiful watch, though, one of the best. Um, I like the hand wound stuff. I like all the legendary 4-digit Daytonas, from Paul Newman's to Big Reds. But beyond the fact that they are exorbitantly priced for someone like me, almost unobtainable on the secondary market, in the auction circuit, whatever else, I also just like the proportions and the automatic movement of the 5-digit. So it's just a sweet spot for me, the 16520. The black dial is gorgeous, but I really prefer the white dial. I think that one is really special. 173. This is one of the interesting pieces that were introduced in early 2000s. It was, in a way, Rolex's way of celebrating, pardon me, the introduction of the in-house caliber into their Daytona lineup, the caliber 4130. So they released this set of stone dial, white gold Daytona chronographs that were also presented on straps that matched the color of the semi-precious stone dial that constituted the watch's face. And in fact, originally they were presented with cases, leather wallets, and everything that's matched the lizard skin of the strap. Um, so this piece, for example, had um, basically green lizard skin covered presentation box, so on and so forth. These were really unpopular when they first came out. No one would touch them on the secondary markets because they were kind of doubly cursed. First of all, because of the colors, they were perceived to be too feminine to begin with. But quite honestly, um, I think until the 116 500 LN hit and became almost completely unobtainable, people had a hard time coming to terms with the idea of a precious metal Daytona. It was mostly seen as too extreme, too unique, too out there, right? So it's hard to understand this perhaps nowadays with the 116508, the so-called and now discontinued John Mayer having reached six figures, all sorts of rainbow Daytonas and the Eye of the Tiger and this and that, um, being such desirable and aspirational off the catalog pieces. It's perhaps hard to understand, but trust me, in early 2000s, um, precious metal Daytona was something very niche. And in this configuration, it was particularly a turnoff for most watch people. Nowadays, everyone wants one. Some people want the entire set. This is the example that has the chrysoprase dial with the matching green lizard skin strap and the 18 karat white gold deployant clasp. Here, the piece is offered with its original guarantee papers. The piece was bought apparently from the famous Rolex dealer Haussmann in Rome. Lot number 173, 116519, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona Beach in green. The piece has failed yet to attract any bids, but the pre-auction estimate stands at 56,500 to almost 68,000 in US dollars. Mike David, thank you. $20 New Zealand. Kia ora. Is that right? Did I get that right? Kia ora. I hope I got it right. I still need time to memorize and you need to teach me more. But I think that was the hello. Let's stick to the theme. This is number 175, the Daytona Beach in pink. This particular example has a mother of pearl dial, which has a pinkish hue, which has kind of pink tint, and with a hot pink lizard skin leather strap to match, as well as the 18 carats white gold deployant clasp, again from right around 2000, with Rolex celebrating their in-house integrated self-winding chronograph movement, caliber 4130. This piece comes with a presentation case and a Chronex certificate, but no original documents. As it happens, it is currently being bid at around 34,000 US dollars. I think this is just out there, just feminine enough that it has always been popular. Um, Meadow Soprano used to wear one around season 4. If you go to my Instagram page, you will be able to hunt it down and see. Captain, thank you. What's the buyer's premium at Sotheby's? That's GMT Master 2 Conch was nice. I believe it is around 20%. Let me double check for you. For Sotheby's Geneva, the buyer's premium for anything up to 1 million, it's actually 26%. So it's quite a hefty tag. Captain, don't mind him. It's one of the trolls who come in. He had an account that was created just yesterday. So some people just come here to stir up trouble, insult people, say racist and anti-Semitic shit, try to bully. It doesn't work, but they don't tire because they simply have nothing better to do. And God knows that they're also extremely jealous. So 26%. If you are lucky enough to buy something for more than 1 million in Swiss francs, I think that's when it drops to 20% only. So this is the Daytona Beach in pink, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116519 with the pink mother of pearl dial. The white gold Daytona from right around 2000. The piece is already being bid at $34,000 at lot 175. I'm sure you can. I'm the snowflake here, so I just got rid of him. So this is lot 176. I know canonical common sense wisdom dictates that Rolex sports models go with oyster bracelets. Almost universally, people will say, I want my GMT Master, especially my vintage GMT Master, on an oyster bracelet. I want my vintage or neo vintage sub on an oyster bracelet. I want my Daytona on an oyster bracelet. But perhaps since everything is so predictable when it comes to such choices, there is a certain charm when you see the right watch with the Jubilee bracelets. And let's admit it, there's also an increasing demand in terms of the contemporary catalog to GMT Master 2s on Jubilee bracelets as opposed to oysters. I don't know the exact numbers, but when you look on the secondary markets, um, the Jubilee is certainly giving the Oyster bracelet a run for its money in terms of the GMT Master 2. So here at lot number 176, we have a Daytona Big Red reference 6265, stainless steel screw down pushers, matching tachometer bezel, as well as a stainless steel matching Jubilee bracelet as well. It's a beautiful watch, very well preserved dial, healthy case with substantive lugs, and quite a unique look on the Jubilee bracelet. This comes as a watch only, as a naked watch at lot 176. The piece has failed to attract any offers yet, no bids, but the pre auction estimate at its lower end stands right around 68,000 in US dollars. Yes, I agree, St. Peter. I think it's a beautiful watch. Look, I would even take. I'm a purist when it comes to the Submariner, but when it comes to vintage subs and Tudor vintage subs as well, the Jubilee looks good sometimes. At least as an alternative, it can be considered for sure. It's just a completely different vibe. Lot number 177. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona again, reference 116518. Beautiful combination of black and gold. These are the ones that were replaced with the Oysterflex models, basically. Um, I kind of miss the precious metal Daytonas that were presented on a leather strap with the matching deployant clasp rather than the Oysterflex. I'm a fan of the Oysterflex as well, but I think the option would have been cool. This is a nice combination of black and gold. Of course, these pieces have that solidified end link. So the fixed end link, they cannot be retrofitted with a full bracelet, but this is a cool look. I think they can, however, be retrofitted with the Oysterflex band at Rolex service centers. Here it is presented on its original papers, hang tags, chronometer seal, chronometer tag, red chronometer tag, booklets, and the presentation box. This is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116518 at lot number 177. Currently, the bidding stands at 31,700 in US dollars. Thank you so much for watching. I've been live for more than 1 hour now. So if you would click the like button for me, I would really appreciate it. If you have enjoyed the show so far, if you have learned something from it, please hit the like button, upvote the stream. It helps a great deal. We have already looked at 178, which is the reference 116519 with the meteorite dial with that matrix like pattern. It is currently being bid at 28,277 US dollars. Let's say 28,300. And at lot 179, we have the pre-ceramic 6-digit Rolex Daytona. I really like the black dial a little better in this particular generation because with those silver outer rings on the chronograph registers and with the white dial, this particular reference point looks a little bit um, washed out to my eyes, but it's still a cool watch and it might be of interest to some. This is lot 179, the first generation of the Rolex Daytona in stainless steel with the in house caliber 4130. The piece has failed to attract any bids yet, but the lower end of the pre auction estimates, which is also the reserve price, stands right at 17,000 US dollars. I posted the link again, by the way, if you want to join the panel, um, talk watches with me, either these or anything else you might have on your mind. I'll be more than happy. The more, the merrier. At lot 180, we have a small crown Submariner, reference 6536. This is the pre crown guard with the small crown, however. 6538 has a bigger crown for better grip. This is still a very elegant watch, very interesting watch. As you can see, it is in honest condition. The case is very well preserved. The dial has certainly seen better days, but has a beautiful gilt appearance. The hands are not really my taste, but some people like this sort of quote unquote tropical patina. Don't let me get in between you and what you like and enjoy. As you can see from the back, the lugs are almost perfect. As you can see, some of the chamfers were even intact from the front. Lot 180 has, as of yet, failed to attract any bids, but the lower end of the pre-auction estimate stands right over 27,000 in US dollars. Good to see you both, man. Very, very nice to see you. At 182, we have the original root beer in full 18 karat yellow gold. This particular example is from late 70s. Unfortunately, it comes on a leather strap. We don't have the original bracelet, but we do have that faded bronze single color bezel. We have the beautiful nipple dial that matches in its patina the hands. This is a beautiful watch with that matte brown dial, the applied Rolex crown right under the triangle at 12 o'clock. And as you can see from behind, the hallmarks are very crisp and the lugs nice and thick. THICC. Beautiful watch. At lot number 182, this piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the pre-auction estimate stands right around 29,000 $22,400. The starting bid, which meets the reserve, is actually right around 27,000. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for subscribing here. I really appreciate you. And thank you for the kind words, Captain. I really do appreciate it. At lot 188, we have a Rolex Sea Dweller Great White. This is the original reference 1665, but it is a later example. So it does not actually have the double red writing, which was for the first few years Sea Dweller, Submariner 2000 for 2000 feet, for Rolex's original professional diver watch with the helium escape valve that is very discreet and that sits flush on the case back, on the case band at around 9 o'clock. This particular example is from 1979. As you can see, it looks like a veritable spaceship from the profile, just the way we enjoy the Sea Dweller with that beautiful domed crystal and the luminous pip nicely baked with lots of patina. A Rolex Sea Dweller Great White, reference 1665 at lot 188. The starting bid is right above 18,000 in US dollars. At lot 189, we have another dive watch that is for a special forces unit, this time in the British Army. This is Submariner 116610LN from the 40 millimeter maxi case or super case maxi dial um, lineage. The piece has a special engraving on the back. It is also marked SRR, as well as the issue number on the case back. Both of those are engraved. The piece is accompanied by its original warranty card, both from Rolex London in January 2011 for the Special Reconnaissance Regiment. And there is also a certificate that is marked with the name of the recipient, one Ash Barker. This is lot 189, a Rolex Submariner reference 116610LN for Lunette Noire, maxi dial, super case Rolex Submariner, issued to the Special Reconnaissance Regiment, a Special Forces unit of the British Army. The piece has so far not attracted any offers, but the lower end of the estimate, which coincides with its reserve price, is right around 34,000 in US dollars. Lot number 190 is the 666 Rolex Sea Dweller reference 16660. This is the sweet spot in so many ways when it comes to neo vintage Sea Dweller pieces. I guess you can consider it properly vintage as well, since it's from 1982 in this case. As you can see, the piece has beautiful tritium indices that have faded into this eggshell patina, which is very attractive. Interestingly, the piece actually comes not only with an international service card, but also an additional stainless steel Jubilee bracelet, just what we were talking about. Lot number 190 is a Rolex Sea Dweller, reference 16660, from around 1982, with a Rolex service card as well as an additional Jubilee bracelet on top of the Oyster bracelets. The piece is currently being bid at 11,300 US dollars. A unique piece at lot 192. As you guys know, Rolex had these integrated bracelets watches for the Datejust and the Day Dates, but they were part of the Oyster Quartz series, and they were built on quartz powered calibers. Reference 1530 is rather unique since it uses the same integrated bracelet case here on the Oyster bracelets, 36 millimeters in diameter, and a silver dial that has aged into this champagne like color. There is some additional hints of slight corrosion at the indices. But nothing looks too unseemly to my taste. And this is a very unique watch indeed. These are hard to come by, even though I don't know the exact numbers. Certainly a gem, if not quite a unicorn. One of the rare models by Rolex that you can find on the integrated bracelets, and even more rare that you can find with the self-winding caliber. This is the reference 1530 from mid 70s, a Rolex Oyster Perpetual dates in stainless steel on an integrated bracelet. The piece is currently being bid at right over 11,300 in US dollars. I will leave you momentarily with this, pardon me, interesting limited edition piece. I will be right back after I get a drink of water. Hi, guys. I'm back. We are covering Sotheby's Geneva's Important Watches Part 2 auction, which is an online only, even though it is based out of Geneva. This piece actually has a Belgian provenance. It is, on the face of it, a Rolex Datejust chronograph from around 2010, all in stainless steel, on an oyster bracelet with polished center links. This piece was actually commissioned by the Belgian soccer team, Standard Liège, or Royal Standard de Liège, or Standard Lüttich, one of the biggest teams in the Belgian league. Unfortunately, their last title triumph came in the year when this watch was commissioned in a limited run of 100 pieces. The piece has this beautiful porcelain white dial with red accents, including the chronograph writing, the centrally deployed seconds hand, and the roulette date wheel, and the Standard Liège logo at 9 o'clock fits that theme as well, since red is part of their logo and a predominant part of their home jersey. It is a very beautiful and unique watch. It has so far not attracted any offers, but as it befits this sort of special edition, this kind of limited edition watch, it does arrive with its full set. It is also marked on that leather wallet that holds the card with the number in the edition, 31 out of 100, which is something that is marked behind the case as well. 2009, 10th title for Royal Standard de Liège, number 31 out of 100. A very interesting piece. It has not yet attracted any offers, but at lot number 193, 2023. The starting bid is right around $9,000, which meets the reserve price as well. This is a Rolex Datejust chronograph reference 116264 that is made in a limited run of 100 pieces to celebrate the 10th title of Standard Liège from the Belgian League. It has their logo at 9 o'clock, as well as a commemorative engraving on the caseback. Hey, JB, how are you doing, man? Once again, if you guys have any particular requests, if there is a watch that you want me to look into among these listings, please send in a lot number with a super chat, and I will be more than happy to look into it for you. Here is an interesting Air King from the mid 90s. This is a reference 14010 in stainless steel with an engine turned matching stainless steel bracelets and on an engine turned bezel and on a matching stainless steel oyster bracelets. These are, of course, 34 millimeter cases. The case back sticker is intact, and the back of the watch is positively grimy, as we were talking about on some previous lots. The piece does arrive with its original warranty papers, and it is bought from Montre et Bijoux in Genoa and by one Guido Mondani. I wonder who that is. That's a very interesting provenance. Very pretty watch, a very lovely mid 90s 34 millimeter Air King with a salmon dial that was initially bought by none other than Guido Mondani. This is lot number 194, Rolex Air King reference 14010. The piece was listed without reserve, but it has already attracted a dozen bids, and it has almost reached $2,000 with more than 10 days to go until closing. Lot 197 is a 36 millimeter Rolex Oyster Perpetual date, executed fully in 18 karat yellow gold with matching 5-row brick style bracelets. A unique textured bezel, again with that brick-like pattern, and that is a pattern kind of a hatch grain decoration that you sometimes see on leather that is carried over the bracelet itself. The dial has a champagne-like color that goes really well, of course, with the yellow gold watch. This is a late 60s piece, again in 36 millimeter Oyster Perpetual case in yellow gold with matching 5-row brick style bracelets. And there is that unique hash grain decoration both on the bezel and the bracelet, which gives a very unique flavor to this watch. Lot number 197 has not yet attracted any bids, but this Oyster Perpetual date, fully executed in 18 karat yellow gold with the reference number 1503, has a starting bid of 11,311 in US dollars. Lot number 206 is Rolex day date reference 1803. This is a white gold Rolex day date on a matching presidential bracelet from the 4-digit generation, long before quick sets, so buyer beware. I really like these though, especially with this sort of silver dial. It's unadorned, beautifully simple, and as discreet as a presidential Rolex can be in white metal and in with an unadorned dial. I think these are really beautiful and increasingly harder to find on the matching bracelet. The bracelet itself seems like it has seen better days, seems like it's been a little stretched out, but nothing that Michael Young in Hong Kong cannot fix. Um, that aside, of course, there are many people who specialize in restorations of Rolex bracelets. I haven't used anyone else, so I can't comment on that. But just so you know, that's possible, but should be done by someone whose skills you can trust and who has already done that kind of restoration work. So ask for examples, ask for a portfolio if necessary. But this is a beautiful piece at lot number 206. It has not attracted any bids yet, but this Rolex day date reference 1803 in 18 karat white gold on the matching presidential bracelets has a reserve price right under 15,000 US dollars. Very interesting indeed. These prices have really shot up when it comes to the Rolex day dates, but certainly a white gold on a bracelet in good condition is always a good deal, is always an interesting piece to go after. At 208, we have something in a similar genre, but quite a different beast. This is Rolex Day Date reference 18238. That's a beautiful reference number because that is the first reference for the Rolex Day Date when the double quick set is introduced, which means that you can quickly adjust both the date and the day through the crown. This particular example has a dégradé blue dial, what the cool kids call uh, smoky or fumé these days. It's a gorgeous dial that is also factory set with diamonds, brilliant diamonds for most of the indices, except for baguette cut at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock. This piece seems to be in a great condition with the hallmarks crisp and intact, as you can observe on the back of the lugs. The bracelet has very little stretch, seemingly. Well, I take that back. It actually looks quite loose now that I look a little closer. But again, nothing that can't be fixed. Nevertheless, that is something to note. This is lot 208. For a Rolex day date 18238, an 18 karat yellow gold Rolex day date on a matching presidential bracelet, and a dégradé blue dial with that is diamond set at the factory. The piece has not yet attracted any bids, and it has a reserve right above 20,000 US dollars. Something a little more special at lot 209. This is the Rolex day date reference 18368. What you have is essentially an 18 karat yellow gold Rolex day date again on a matching bracelet, presidential bracelet. However, this piece does not only have the silvered diamond set dial, but also a bezel that is set with baguette diamonds as well. And this particular piece actually has something even more unique going on about it. It has been shaved down a little bit, but as you can see on the case back, it is engraved with the Omani royal seal, the khanjar, the crossed daggers that are part of the royal insignia of the Sultanate of Oman. This piece is a naked watch, so it doesn't come with any accessories, no box, no papers, but the style is very unique. This is lot 209 for Rolex day date reference 18368 on the presidential bracelets, diamond set silver dial, and a baguette diamond bezel. The starting bid is right around 34,000 US dollars. Now we have another white gold Rolex day date, this time from the double quickset generation, reference 18239 from around 1995. It's not only presented on a matching presidential bracelet, but also a silver dial that is factory set with diamonds, baguette cut diamonds at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and brilliant cut diamonds for the rest of the indices. This particular example started bidding at 1 franc since it was presented with no reserve. It comes with the product literature, the original presentation box, as well as the original punched warranty papers. It has already attracted a number of bids, and currently the bidding stands for lot number 211, right over 9,600 in US dollars. At 214, we have a true enthusiasts, true collectors piece, a Rolex Explorer, the original reference of this particular model, 1655, a piece that is called Steve McQueen, even though Steve McQueen never wore a watch like this. The Italian collectors also call this Freccione because of the sharp arrow like hand for the 24 hours. The 24-hour scale is presented on a fixed bezel in matching stainless steel. As you can see, the dial, the hour and minute track is laid out in such a way in this racing style where you actually have a luminous marker for each of the 24 hours, which I really like and appreciate. The catalogs from the time testify that the 24-hour hand was actually in bright red originally, but they have all faded almost immediately, most of them to this distinctive orange color, some to a certain yellowish hue. Others have even faded entirely into white, which gave rise to the nickname albino, when all the four hands have basically a matching white coloring for this reference 1655. This particular example is also watch only. It is naked, comes without any box or papers, presented on an oyster bracelet. This is a Rolex Explorer 2 reference 1655. The bidding currently stands at 11,311 in US dollars for lot number 214. At 215, we have the most iconic, if not the first reference for the Rolex Explorer. This is a reference 1016. In this case, the example is from 1967. The piece is head only, so it is just the watch head presented on a leather strap. It also has a caseback engraving for this early matte dial example. It's in honest, worn condition, used by but not abused. Lot number 215 has so far failed to attract any offers, but the starting bid stands right around 17,000 US dollars. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It really does help. It helps boost my numbers. And please also, if you haven't subscribed yet, do so. Uh, it I am trying to gain more exposure. I'm trying to expand this community. And any help you can give me in doing that is much appreciated. I'm almost at 1,500. So if you help me get there by a small boost tonight, whether by subscribing yourself or telling your friends, I would really appreciate it, and I will never forget it. At 216, we have a Rolex Milgauss. As you guys know, the Milgauss is now discontinued. As an entire family line, it's no longer there. This is, of course, a previous reference, 1019, with the silver dial. domed smooth bezel presented on the oyster bracelets. This is lot 219 for a Rolex Milgauss reference 1019 from around 1967. The starting bid is right over 11,300 in US dollars. At 220, we have a relatively contemporary Nautilus presentation box. It's a cork box. The initial generation of the Jumbo 3700 was presented in these cork boxes to echo with the nautical theme of the watch. Patek brought these back for the 40th anniversary of the model at 2016 for both the platinum anniversary edition of the 5711 of the Jumbo and also for the white gold chronograph that they produced similarly for the 40th anniversary of the Nautilus that was reference number 5976 1G 001, the Nautilus flyback chronograph. Both pieces had a distinct kind of a cobalt blue dial with the commemorative engraving indicating the year of origin, 1976, the year of the 40th anniversary, 2016, and the number 40 itself. However, lot 220 is just the box with the starting bid over 5,600 in US dollars. Let's see if it sells. At lot 221, we actually have the original Jumbo a few years into the production. This is reference 3700, the original ribbed blue dial, all in stainless steel. The piece is watch only and currently is being bid at around 9,500 in US dollars. That was lot 221 for the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo 3700A. Right next to it at 222 is a Patek Philippe Nautilus in reduced size. This is the 3800. The piece comes in 37.5 millimeter stainless steel case on the integrated bracelets. And here it is presented with a white dial, which pleasantly matches with the background of the date wheel. You can see how the tritium luminous material, both on the indices and the hands, has turned pleasantly into an eggshell patina. And differently from the original Jumbo, of course, other than its proportions, this piece also has a centrally deployed seconds hand, whereas the original is a two-hander with the date. This piece actually comes practically as a full set, except for the presentation box, I guess. It has the product literature, the certificate of origin, as well as a service guarantee from year 2000. Very beautiful and unique watch. This is The reduced size Patek Philippe Nautilus, reference 3800 in stainless steel and with a white dial. The starting bid is right over 56,500 in US dollars. Speaking of the reduced size, we have two more interesting examples. This is a piece from around 1995 with the iconic blue dial with that ribbed texture, gradients from a kind of oceanic blue slash petrol green into black on the periphery. This piece, again, as you see, has a centrally deployed sweep seconds hand. Very nice and sleek watch in slightly more manageable proportions than the original Jumbo. This is the Patek Philippe Nautilus 3800 in stainless steel with the iconic black blue dial. The reserve price is right around 56,500 in US dollars for lot number 223. 224 is the reduced size Patek Philippe Nautilus. This time, what we have at hand is 3800/1J, pardon me, entirely executed in 18 karat yellow gold with a ribbed champagne dial that has diamonds as its hour markers. Very unique and stunning piece. The seconds hand is tipped in black for maximum legibility. The case, as you can see, is in very good shape with the hallmarks crisp and clear on the back of the lugs of the integrated case. This piece is from around year 1990. It does come with an archival extract, which confirms the date of the sale as the Valentine's Day on 1991. The lucky girl or boy who would like to bid on this lot number 224 has the chance to meet the reserve at right over 56,500 in US dollars. At 225, we have a nice set, a pair of cufflinks to match this beautiful Patek Philippe Nautilus moon phase in pink gold, presented on a leather strap with a matching deployant clasp in pink gold as well. As you can see, the cufflinks match exactly the porthole design of the watch, as well as the brown version of that ribbed dial. A very nice asymmetric dial layout on the 5712, which was the immediate successor to 3712, based on the micro rotor caliber 240 As you can see, it has a very thin, elegant, and sleek profile as well. Exactly the watch to wear on the leather strap. A very well preserved case. Let's take a look at that micro rotor caliber. And this particular example actually arrives on the original presentation box. Uh, Push pin for the correction of the date and the moon phase, the hang tag, an extra leather strap, the certificate of origin, as well as the product literature. A lovely set at lot 225. This piece has already attracted a bid, which meets the reserve, and the bidding currently stands right over 73,500 in US dollars for lot number 225. Thank you for joining the stream. Please hit the like button. It really helps me boost the channel. Thank you. At lot 226, we have the Aquanaut Extra Jumbo. As you probably know, compared to the 5167 in steel, these white gold versions are even larger, measuring right around 42 millimeters compared to the 40 millimeter 5167A. This is the 5168G with the with the green, khaki green globescape dial and the khaki green tropic strap to match. These are immensely popular. Just the khaki green band, which has proven extremely popular and which is now discontinued, actually, that band might run you a few $1,000s on the secondary markets. So imagine the watch. This one actually comes with the original presentation box, the booklet, as well as the certificate of origin. White gold Aquanaut Extra Jumbo, reference 5168G, khaki green dial with the matching tropic strap. The piece currently is being bid at more than 62,200 in US dollars at lot 226. 228 is one of the most popular sports watch references by Patek Philippe. Certainly the reference that put the Aquanaut on the map, that made it ever more popular, especially once it was spotted on John Mayer's wrist. This is the Aquanaut travel time in stainless steel, reference 5164A-001. From around 2 years ago. This piece is currently being bid at more than $62,200 at lot 226, and it comes with its full set of accessories. That was lot 228, the Aquanaut travel time 5164A, being bid at more than 62,200 in US dollars. At lot 231, we have one of the interesting and, to me, most pleasant modern references for Patek Philippe. This is the 5960. I feel like it's like a contemporary take on the 1518, just as that model was introduced in 1941, combining two prestige complications, namely the perpetual calendar and hand-wound chronograph, in one neat package that you can wear on a daily basis on your wrist. 5960, when it was introduced in 2006, combined the annual calendar on its 10th anniversary. That was introduced in 1996, and it was at its introduction Patek's proprietary complication, requiring only one adjustment at the end of the short month every year. In 2006, Patek had the right idea in combining it with their first self-winding in-house integrated chronograph movement, which also has the flyback functionality as an addition. And the final recipe is, I think, an absolute winner. This piece has a silver dial, a pink gold case, a power reserve indicator right under the date at 12 o'clock, two aperture at that flank the dates, day of the week and the month. The feuille hands are loomed, and you also have an oversized single register which combines the three chronograph registers into a single one. There is also an additional dot there, as you can see, and that is a day-night indicator as well. A lot of functionality in one single watch, a lot of complication in a single 40 millimeter case. These were extremely popular in steel right before they were discontinued. Still relatively popular on the secondary market, but you can find some decent deals. I really love the 5960A on a matching beads of rice bracelets, but I would take any, to be honest. Pink golds, white golds, platinum, whatever it is. I think they were all great hits. It's a shame, really, that the entire line has been discontinued now, but I'm sure it will make a comeback in some shape or form. Until then, the secondary market can present good deals. So if not necessarily at this auction, keep your eyes peeled. If you like this particular configuration, I think in stainless steel, it is an absolute winner. But here at lot number 231, we have a Patek Philippe reference 5960R-001, pink gold annual calendar flyback chronograph on the leather strap with a matching Patek Philippe déployant clasp from around 2020. This piece has a reserve price right over 39,500 in US dollars. Again, let me know if you would like me to look into and do a deep dive on any particular watch on these listings. I'm sending the link into the chat again. If you would like to send in the lot number with a super chat. I would happily go over in significant historical and horological detail your requested lots. And as you can see, lot number 233 is a stainless steel version of what we were just looking at. The piece arrives as a full set. This is the reference 5960 1A001, stainless steel with the silvered slash, no, this is actually just a pure white dial with blackened white gold applied baton indices, baton hands, beautiful red accents on the chronograph hands, both the centrally deployed second hand as well as the hand in that chronograph register. Beautiful watch in stainless steel, one of the perfect daily wearers that Patek Philippe produced in recent years, both in terms of its utility and presence. This is the 5960 1A-001, the stainless steel annual calendar flyback chronograph by Patek Philippe on the matching beads of rice bracelets. This piece is currently being bid at around 34,000 in US dollars. We're covering the important watches part 2 online exclusive auction by Sotheby's Geneva. At 234, we have an interesting annual calendar by Patek Philippe. This is the Gondolo reference 5135P. It is a dial discreetly set with diamonds at 3 and 9 o'clock. Triangular cuts on both. The piece comes with its certificate of origin as well as the push pin for corrections. It is in the cushion style gondola case with an anthracite gray dial and a moon phase as well as a 24-hour indicator at 6 o'clock. The seconds hand is actually centrally deployed. This piece is currently being bid at right over $14,700. Thank you, Flat for $2. Thank you so much. Are complex chronos overkill or chrono only? Please clarify your question in the next chat. You don't have to super chat again. Do you mean chronographs when they are combined with calendrical functions like an annual calendar, a triple calendar, or even perpetual calendar? Or do you mean split-second chronographs and other kinds of, interesting tricks, like maybe a flashing second subdial, foudroyant? Let me know. I like them both. I think you have seen my Universal Genève Tri-Compax, which is an interesting watch from the 40s. At least my example is from the 40s. It was introduced to celebrate the manufacturer's 50th anniversary in 1944, and it combines a triple calendar with the moon phase with 3-register chronograph. and I think it's a lovely watch. Oh, thank you. You didn't need to super chat again, but you did, and I really appreciate you for it. I really do, Flat for. Thank you. Um, cheers. I think, let me be honest. I really do like 5960, but that three window display of the calendar, for me, it's not ideal. Let me put it that way. It's not aesthetically pleasing in the way that 1518, 2499, or even 3970 is. Um, like something like this, for example. That to me is much more pleasing. You can have, okay, they're really weird. What kind of nonsense is this? Um, give me 1 second. I'll just show you my platonic ideal of a watch, which is 5004 P, right? To me, this is a much more pleasing display of the calendar. You have the pointer date at 6 o'clock with the moon phase indicator. You have the two openings at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. You have a 24-hour hand, which serves as the day night indicator within the continuous running seconds dial at 9. And you have the leap year indicator within the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock. I love this watch, but I also love the dial. And I think it's both very elegant and also quite dynamic in its look. So I certainly prefer this when you will have something that combines another complication with the chronograph, because things can get quite tight on the dial. Um, I know this is in a way to avoid that sort of tightness, right? On the one hand, it eliminates the moon phase. It's basically combines all the different chronograph registers into a single register. So it's a pretty practical solution. But what it wins in practicality, what it perhaps achieves from that utilitarian perspective, in my humble opinion, it loses in terms of aesthetics. But I still like the 5960. I think it's a beautiful watch. The power reserve indicator uh, allows for a little more balance on the dial. I think I appreciate it. Thank you, Flat Four. Um, one second. I can't seem to click. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, are you saying the older ones are more delicate, and these new models like the 5960, like the annual calendars, are sportier? That's how I would describe it, but let me know if you mean the exact opposite. Where were we? We were at the gondolo, which is also an annual calendar, and as you see, it's the same principle, right? Of course, this doesn't have the chronograph edit on top of it, but you can see that is the way Patek prefers to lay out the annual calendar these days. That is the movement they're using, which is, if I'm not mistaken, on the 324 base, um, self-winding caliber with the full rotor. In this case, since the piece is pre 2009, it is actually Geneva seal movement. 234, I think, is a very interesting value proposition elsewhere, if not necessarily at this auction. But the Gondolo annual calendar in platinum right here with the anthracite gray dial set with diamonds, triangular cut diamonds at 3 and 9 o'clock. Moon phase indicator at 6 is certainly an interesting piece, currently being bid at right above 14,700 in US dollars. You have the same reference, in this case, with a two-tone silver dial in 18 karat white gold. You have Arabic numerals at 3 and 9, silvered sunburst on the periphery of the dial. The center of the dial has radial guilloche, kind of like the decoration that they often use in chronograph registers. I think this is also a very elegant and underrated watch. Once again, you have the Geneva seal self-winding caliber on the base of 3 to 4. This piece does come as a full set at lot 235. Patek Philippe Gondolo 5135G-001, a white gold annual calendar with a moon phase indicator by Patek Philippe. Beautiful two-tone dial and a white gold cushion shape case. The piece has failed to attract any offers just yet, and the starting bid, which coincides with the reserve, is right over 13,500 US dollars. Lot number 236 is one of the interesting Calatrava references. It is certainly unique, has the same micro rotor moon phase caliber that we are perhaps familiar with from the Nautilus moon phase. It is styled like an officer's watch from the mid 90s. The piece has a white dial with stylized Arabic numerals, power reserve at 10.5, continuous running seconds between 4 and 5 o'clock, moon phase at 7 o'clock, and you have a beautiful set of heat blued spade hand for the hour and a twisted hand for the minutes, a bezel set with gold beads for this yellow gold officer style watch. It also has a hinged case back. This is reference 5015 officer style Calatrava with the moon phase and the power reserve indicator from the mid 90s. This lot number 236 is being bid at right above 9,600 in US dollars. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe and click the notification bell. I'm here with watch content on a daily basis. We are covering now the Sotheby's online exclusive Important Watches Part 2 auction based out of Geneva. This is an oversized Calatrava from mid 60s. The reference number is 570 in white gold. 35 millimeter case, silver dial, Dauphine hands, baton indices, pearled minute track, right? These matching white gold beads for the minutes, and a centrally deployed seconds hand, sweep seconds hand for this piece. Nice oversized case from the mid 60s for this reference 570G. The reserve price, the starting bid, is almost $25,000. And as of yet, there are no bids at lot number 237. At lot 239, this is a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar with a retrograde date hand. As you can see, we have a beautiful Calatrava style case with a smooth, substantive bezel, matching gold beads on the minute track, which is sometimes called pearled as well, baton indices for the hours. You have the day of the week at 9, month at 3, the leap year indicator at 12, moon phase at 6, laid out in the form of a downward facing crescent. You have a scale for the date, which is a retrograde hand and which snaps back at the beginning of each month, with a red arrow at the end, red tip at the end for increased legibility. This is Patek Philippe reference 5496R, a perpetual calendar in 18 karat pink gold with the retrograde date hand, as well as moon phase and leap year indicators. The piece is currently being bid at over 29,400 in US dollars. Mm. You are right. You're right. Look, I mean, when you have a complicated Patek Philippe watch, you are already having to figure service costs into the lifetime use of your watch. I think it's still worth it, but if you feel you are better off with a simple hand wound chronograph, by all means. I mean, 5070 is, I was just talking about it yesterday, and I think you were here too, Flat 4. I think it's a very unique watch. It's the last hand wound chronograph only watch that Patek did on that Nouvelle Le Mania CH27 base. It is unusually large for a watch introduced by Patek Philippe in 1998. So if you are tending towards that style and still like a classic Patek Philippe chronograph, it's one of the only options. I think 5070 is a great choice in either case. Lot 244 is a Patek Philippe reference 2551. This is a 36 millimeter Patek Philippe Calatrava in 18 karat yellow gold with a gilt dial that has taken on from champagne into this rosé kind of patina on the dial, which beautifully matches the rest of the oxidization on the watch, matched with a 5-row brick style bracelets, arrow like indices with a single Arabic numeral at 12 and crosshair small seconds at 6 o'clock. I love the double P on the crown, a very interesting detail, as you can see here. And the piece is in a beautiful condition despite the oxidization. If you have a problem with oxidization, it is what it is, but I think a lot of times it really adds a lot of authentic vintage charm to the watch, and here it just looks good, if you ask me. This is lot 244, a Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 2551, a yellow gold dress piece on a matching 5-row brick style bracelets from late 50s. This piece has thus far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which coincides with the reserve, is right over 27,100 in US dollars. Let me know if you have any requests. You can always send in a message. If you have already sent in a super chat today, you don't have to send another one. So just send in the lot number and I will gladly consider it for you, look deeper into it. But super chats are always appreciated. This is, after all, a fully autonomous and independent platform. So I am at the service of the audience. I'm also at the behest of the audience because I don't have any other sources of income for this channel. This is lot 248, a beautiful Calatrava with teardrop lugs, a silver dial, Patek Philippe and Company, Genève, small seconds, subdial at 6. Arabic numerals alternate with gold beads for the hour markers. This is a piece from 1944, offered at no reserve. It is already being bid up to 4,752 in US dollars. 35 millimeter in diameter for this reference 1509. Patek Philippe Calatrava. In 18 karat yellow gold with distinctive teardrop lugs. Lot number 248 is currently being bid right over 4,750 in US dollars. At lot 249, we have the classic Patek Philippe Calatrava reference in yellow gold. This is the reference 96. We have the Dauphine hands, baton markers, and a small second subdial at 6 o'clock. Extended and stylized teardrop lugs give the watch a unique presence on the wrist. This is from late 70s, a 31 millimeter yellow gold Calatrava by Patek Philippe, reference 96. The starting bid, which is also the reserve price, is right around 6,800 in US dollars. At lot number 252, we have a very interesting Patek Philippe Calatrava with an integrated bracelet. This is the reference 3445/6. We have a 35 millimeter yellow gold case with an integrated 8-row bracelet that has that brick style and a unique blue dial, stick markers and pencil like hands, small seconds at 6, and the date window is at 3 o'clock, framed in gold. The minute track is pearled, matching gold beads. And you have a beautiful hatched grain pattern on the bezel. Beautiful work, fascinating dress piece on an integrated bracelet. This is lot number 252, which is currently being bid at right above 7,900 in US dollars. At lot 258, we have a rectangular Patek Philippe watch from 1943. The dimensions of the case are 20.5 by 36, a yellow gold piece with a silver dial, baton markers with a Roman numeral at 12 o'clock, and an oversized second dial at 6. The piece is engraved on the back with three names: Charles Harmon, Lou, and Bob. Hand wound movements, rectangular yellow gold Patek Philippe watch from 1943 at lot 258. This piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid stands right around 6,800 US dollars. At lot 262, we have another interesting Patek Philippe rectangular watch. This is a piece that is 23 by 37 millimeters, so slightly larger than the rectangular watch we just examined, from around year 1946. It's a two-tone piece, a stainless steel case, and with pink gold hooded lugs and a pink gold crown. The dial is in a distinctly Art Deco style. The There are two applied indices at 3 and 9 and an Arabic numeral at 12, but the rest of the hour markers are actually printed in the form of sunray. The minute track at the very end is a frame in the railroad track style. The dial is a two-tone dial, so you have a champagne like our track, and then in the middle you have a silvered rectangle and small seconds at 6 o'clock as well. Alpha hands for hours and minutes, and a heat blued hand for the small seconds. Very cool two-tone piece by Patek Philippe. The archival extract confirms that this piece has been manufactured in 1946, bought on February 8th, 1947. At lot number 262, this unique two-tone beauty, a Patek Philippe rectangular watch in stainless steel and pink gold, reference 1532/1, has so far failed to attract any bids, and the starting bid stands right around 6,800 in US dollars. At lot 269, we have what I consider to be the sweet spot for the ellipse d'or, the golden ellipse. I really love these when they have the heat blued sunburst blue gold dials, but these are cool too. This is the 3738 slash 100R dash 001. So it is the pink gold with the brown dial. 31 by 36 millimeter dimensions of the case, I think, are just perfect. It makes it very elegant, if also slightly dainty, sleek dress watch. The piece basically arrives as a full set with also a service pouch and service documents from 2015. The Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse in pink gold, reference number 3738 with the brown dial. The piece has not yet attracted any bids, and the starting bid, which coincides with the reserve, is right around 11,300 in US dollars. In white gold, at lot number 270, we have a counterpart to the pink gold golden ellipse that we were looking at from around the same time period. This one has an anthracite gray dial, so looks at once very severe, but also perhaps slightly more youthful and even sportier than the pink gold alternative. Again, I really love these with the heat blued gold sunburst dial, but these are very cool as well. This particular piece is right now being bid at 7,920 in US dollars at lot 270, and it arrives with, it is accompanied by a certificate of origin. At lot 273, we have another golden ellipse, this one on an integrated Milanese style, white gold bracelets, white gold case, and that heat blued sunburst dial, gold dial that I was talking about. These look pretty good in pictures, but in person, they are a very, very stunning expression. It's hard to compare it to anything else. I do prefer the 3738 as a reference because it's thinner and more discreet, but these integrated bracelet pieces are nothing to sneeze at either. This is a very beautiful and elegant watch that has a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a quirk to it. At lot 273, we have a Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse reference 3548/1, white gold on an integrated bracelet with the heat blued sunburst gold dial. The piece is currently being bid at right over 5,650 in US dollars. At lot 275, we have another 3738/100R-001. So the pink gold ellipse with the brown dial once again. Brown sunburst. As you can see, very stunning, very intriguing piece. It comes with the certificate of origin, instruction manual, as well as a service invoice from 2021. Lot number 275 is currently being bid at right over 9,000 US dollars. We have a nice ellipse theme for the next four pieces. You'll remember at the Christie's auction that we were just going through, which is going to take place on March 13th, there were these two pieces fashioned out of 18 karat yellow gold by the Parisian maker of gas lighters, Cabrioli, for Patek Philippe, to accompany their Golden Ellipse, Ellipse d'Or series. They also have beautiful enamel inlays. In this case, this is the combination of 18 karat yellow gold with translucent blue enamel. The piece is vacuum sealed, and it seems there's a slight damage, discoloration to the enamel inlay on the lid. Something to note: the pieces from around 1978 at lot 276, it is already being bid at more than 12,446 US dollars. The same piece with translucent green enamel, which looks also slightly damaged right by here, right under Geneva. These are stunning pieces. I mean, also gives you the idea, how nice it would be perhaps to have golden ellipse with a green sunburst style, right? Like a yellow, gold, and green, just like this. This piece has already reached almost $17,000 in bidding at lot number 277. We have at 278 a white gold diamond set version of the Golden Ellipse lighter with vertical striped guilloche and set with diamonds here and for the initials as well, to the person to whom it once belonged. A very interesting piece at lot 275. Sorry, lot number 278, the Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse Louis Philippe reference 9502 white gold piece decorated with pinstripe guilloche and diamond sets, currently being bid at more than $9,000. We have a similar example, this time in 18 karat yellow gold and with these chevron guilloche patterns. The spark wheel is once again diamond set. The piece comes with an alligator skin case. It is also set with WA, which I assume are the initials of the previous owner. Lot number 279 has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which coincides with the reserve, is right over $9,000 for this golden ellipse slider in 18 karat yellow gold diamond sets on the spark wheel and for initials double A and decorated with the chevron guilloche on the body of the lighter. That was lot number 279. An interesting two-tone Jaraganta perpetual calendar piece. This is lot 285, executed in two-tone by a combination of 18 karat white gold and 18 karat yellow gold, sapphire cabochon on the crown, a perpetual calendar beautifully balanced on the dial, which is an interesting gradient aquamarine blue. The moon phase indicator is at 12 o'clock, framed by a yellow gold circle and on lapis lazuli background. The four subdial look is extremely elegant and finely balanced, and it somehow fits well with the octagonal case. A fantastic piece at 34 millimeters of diameter, rather diminutive but very elegant at lot number 285. The starting bid is right over 18,100 in US dollars. At lot 286, we have another Jarajanta perpetual calendar, this time in an 18 karat white gold succès case or success. This is also an octagonal case, but it has a bezel that has the appearance of a ship's wheel. The pushers for the correction are set very elegantly and in a discreet and flush way on the sides of the case, very balanced. This particular example is semi-skeletonized since the dial is fashioned out of sapphire. It also has a leap year indicator that is lodged right into the months, which is at 3 o'clock, the day of the week at 9 o'clock, the pointer date at 6 o'clock, and you also have the moon phase indicator against a lapis lazuli background at 12 o'clock, beautifully framed in a matching white gold circle as well. Very elegant piece on its ladder like matching white gold bracelets, and you also have a skeletonized caliber that you can admire through the exhibition caseback. A skeletonized off-center winding rotor greets you just as well. A beautiful example of Gerard Janta's design faculties at its best, combined with nice and useful complication laid out in perfect balance, a perpetual calendar. This is lot number 286. Jarajanta Succès, octagonal white gold semi-skeletonized perpetual calendar from mid 90s. The piece is currently being bid at around 8,500 US dollars. At lot 291, we have a two-tone Vacheron Constantin 222 at a reduced size. So this is actually a 24 millimeter case. Furthermore, the piece is based on a quartz caliber. It was listed with no reserve, but it has already attracted a number of bids. And lot 291 for this lady size two-tone Vacheron Constantin 222 is currently being bid at around 1,250 in US dollars. Lot 293 is a reduced size 222, 34 as against the 37, which is the jumbo. It is in pristine condition from 1982, executed fully in 18 carats yellow gold. This piece, as you know, shares a lot of DNA with the Jarajanta designs that were released successively in 72 Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and 76 with the Patek Philippe Nautilus. This piece was released in 1977 to celebrate the 222nd anniversary of the manufacture. The dial is made by Stern Création, the company that made the dials for not only the Patek Philippe Nautilus, but also the original Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Of course, belonging to the same lineage of the family that bought Patek Philippe in 1930s. The bracelets for all three watches were made by Gueffrère, the integrated bracelets, the company that also made the famous Rolex Oyster bracelets, also made the uh, beads of rice bracelets for Tag Heuer, also made bracelets for Universal Genève and so many others. Like the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and Patek Philippe Nautilus, the Vacheron Constantin 222 is also built on the base of the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, which was devised in late 60s by JLC, and to this day that caliber remains the thinnest self-winding watch movement with a full rotor as opposed to, say, a micro rotor. This, however, is the reduced size version, not as minuscule as that two-tone version that we were looking at. This is 34 millimeters as opposed to the 37 millimeter 222 jumbo. This piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which coincides with the reserve, is right around $34,000 for lot 293. At 295, we have one of the beautiful and simple watches by Vacheron Constantin. This is the 34 millimeter patrimony with a silver dial. It is a bi retrograde watch. So, in addition to the hours and minutes, you have in two fan like scales at 6 o'clock, the day of the week, which snaps back on Monday. And in the upper half of the dial, you have the date, which snaps back at the beginning of the month. Very elegant watch, very beautiful dress watch by the maker that has the claim to be the oldest continuously operating watch manufacturer. As you can see through the exhibition case back, you can glimpse onto the movement that carries the hallmark of the Geneva, and so does the case, by the way. And you also happen to have a full gold rotor, which is beautifully guilloche decorated as well. This is the Vacheron Constantin patrimony day dates with retrogrades, hands for day of the week, as well as the dates in a 34 millimeter pink gold case from around 2007. This piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which is also the reserve price, is right around 20,400 in US dollars. I'm approaching slowly the last 40 minutes of this broadcast. I will see if I can actually finish this auction. I might not, but in either case, if you want me to take a look at a watch for you, feel free to send in the lot number with the super chat, and I will attend to the watch in some significant historical and horological detail. I appreciate your contributions, and it is my pleasure. Please hit the like button while you're at it if you haven't done so already, and subscribe. Click the notification bell. I'm here with watch content every day. Lot 297 is another beautiful Vacheron Constantin piece. This is an Harmony dual time in a cushion shaped case in 18 karat white gold. The dimensions are 40 by 49.2. Silver dial with blue numerals. You have a secondary dial for reference right in between 4 and 5 o'clock with heat blued hands. You have a day night indicator between 7 and 8 o'clock that is very nicely designed and complementing the Arabic numerals for the indices. You have a set of spade hands for the hours and minutes and a centrally deployed sweep seconds hand. This is a beautiful piece. Comes as a full set commemorating Vacheron Constantin's 260th anniversary. As you can see on this ring that surrounds the caliber, Geneva seal on the case and the movement of the watch, and an elegantly engraved full gold rotor to boot. This is lot 297, the Vacheron Constantin Harmony Dual Time 7810S in 18 karat white gold, 40 by 49.2 millimeters. The piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which is also the reserve price, is right around 9,000 in US dollars. At 298, we have one of my favorite pieces when it comes to early 2000s from Vacheron Constantin. This is the Malt Régulateur. The Malt line remains in Vacheron Constantin's lineup, but it is exclusively tonneau shaped cases. In early 2000s, they also had these beautiful round cases with stylized lugs, uh, like falcon's talons splaying outward, beautiful stepped lugs that somehow indulge in that playful reference to the Maltese cross, which is the brand's logo. To draw the attention to the minute hand, it is placed on its own at the center of the dial. Regulator dials harken back to the clocks in 18th and 19th centuries that were centerpieces in service workshops as well as watch making atelier, not to mention railroad stations where they were used as reference points, where they were used as reference when people set and synchronized time on their watches. The hour dial is at 12 o'clock with a single hand again. You have a pointer date at 6 o'clock. Within it, you have a small seconds dial, and you also have a home/reference time, which you can use this pusher at minute 50 to advance. It's a very cool watch, a very interesting style. There are some great deals to be had on these on the secondary markets, even cheaper than how it's here. The piece is already being bid at on this auction at lot number 298, around 12,600 in US dollars. At lot 301, we have a very interesting hand-wound Vacheron Constantin chronograph. This is reference 4072, two register, beautifully aligned with the crown, which sits flush with the case. This is actually a multimeter scale on a two-tone champagne dial with the tachometer on the periphery of the dial with a telemeter in a concentric circle. The dial has seen better days, but it's also evenly patinated and doesn't really give an unseemly look. The watch is just presented as a head, pardon me, but it does come with its original presentation case as well as an extract from the archives, which certifies the date of its manufacture as 1949. This is lot 301, Vacheron Constantin yellow gold hand wound chronograph with two registers, reference 4072. The piece has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid, which is also the reserve price, stands right at 26,630 US dollars. Hey man, welcome back.
Hey, just to let you know, I spoke with my doctor and I took a clonopin,
Okay.
and I'm all good right now. I can sit down and talk to you.
Well, it's nice to see you this. Welcome back. How you been?
Eh, pretty shitty, but now I'm good with you.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Did you also doze off a little bit, sleep a little bit,
Yes,
or
yes, like 1 hour, 1 hour.
okay. It's good. Sometimes those are the best. I sometimes have a chance to take like a little nap in the middle of the day, and it makes me feel really good. You are wearing a shirt from one of your favorite bands, right? Kraftwerk. It's lovely.
Same as the tattoo.
Okay, I didn't realize that you had a tattoo like that.
This is Ralph Hutter, Karl Bartos, Wolfgang Fleur, Florian Schneider Essleben. And they're also behind me on the picture.
Right. Amazing.
Thank
What?
you.
Not. You don't have a fourth reference to Kraftwerk somewhere?
I
No.
do, I do.
Holy shit.
That's it. That's everything. I have another CD here
Amazing.
somewhere.
That's really amazing.
They're my
Those
band.
are
They're my band.
those are was that just something you did, or were they actually sold as Kraftwerk?
So that's Kraftwerk.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's very cool, man.
Go ahead. I wanted to say something about the last watch you showed.
Of course. Let's take a look. Which one? The
The
chronograph or
301 Vacheron.
yeah, tell me.
Okay, it's obviously amazing. Like, but why put a parent strap on it?
I don't know, man. I mean, they could have just put some sort of calf skin just for presentation. Maybe the owner consigned it that way and they didn't want to mess with it, but it doesn't make sense to me either. I just didn't want to talk shit.
Yeah, I will. I will for you.
To be honest,
What the
it really doesn't
fuck?
make sense. Yeah.
You put a nice leather strap on this shit.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it doesn't say. Yeah, I mean, if it said somehow the the shit. If it said the spring bars were soldered or something, maybe. But even then, you um, you have leather straps that you can attach to even soldered lugs. So with the style of the watch, yeah, it's Perlon or NATO. It's just not a good match.
Yeah.
This is a cool watch. a 38 millimeter dress piece by Vacheron Constantin from early 1950s, two-tone dial, stick markers, three-hander, and with devil's horns, or you can call it corne de vache as well. I guess you can call it cow's horns as well. Very nice design.
I'm gonna get water.
Please take your time. This we're here. Reference 303, sorry, lot number 303 comes with the archival extract, which confirms its date of manufacture as 1951. The piece has a manual winding caliber. It's a reference 4538. Beautiful dress watch in relatively modern proportions, even though it is from mid-century. 38 millimeters, two-tone dial, perfect three-hander. Lot number 303 has unfortunately not attracted any offers, but it stands right over $9,000 for the starting bid, which coincides with the reserve as well. Welcome back, man.
Thanks.
Did you see these pieces?
Wow, what is this?
This is a very interesting brand actually, because so they make this integrated bracelet watch they call Perception. The fascinating thing about it is it's fully made in China, and they take pride in it. It's actually
Yeah.
organized by two guys, with one of which is French and the other one is French and Hong Kongese. And they have the dials made with the only guilloche dial expert in China. Um, Nice, unique design, and they have this kind of lion motif on the case back, which,
Looks like the lion's ass.
huh?
It looks like the lion's ass.
I mean, it's supposed to be the lion's face, but hey, whatever works for you. This
Oh, right. Because the middle looks like an ass.
and that is supposed to be like the mouth, supposedly, and you can
Wow.
see the rotor. This was apparently special edition made for wrist check, um, fully executed in titanium, and it also comes in this presentation case, which is like
Nice.
jade green. You can also call it Tiffany blue if you really want to hype it up. But I think it's an interesting watch. Not sure if I would buy one, especially not at this price point, but it is an interesting addition to the market, because I believe they have been selling these for around $2,000 or so at retail. So, then it might become an interesting proposition. This is Atelier Wen Perception, a limited edition they did in collaboration with Wrist Check, fully executed in titanium with this jade green guilloche dial. Lot number 307, currently being bid at 4,500 in US dollars. Oh, thank you, man. You didn't need to do that. Thank you.
I
Um,
did want to.
60 shekels. God bless America, Israel forever, Seiko, and Lord YB the fourth. Well, I mean, it was supposed to be the fifth, but it's okay. Maybe you have improved my ranking. I'm closer in the line of succession now. This you honored me. Thank you so much.
Listen, I need to lay down. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, man. As long as you want to participate, you want to be here. If not, you can always come back. As you know, this place
Okay.
is always open to you
Thank you.
whenever you like.
So I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay, my friend. Take care of
Okay.
yourself. Okay.
Bye, you and Panthers, Basil, Team G, everybody. Goodbye.
Love you, man. Take care.
Love you. Bye, bye,
Have
bye.
a good day. Take some rest. Thank you, Des. Thank you for being here. This is lot number 311. It's a stunning combination of black and gold by A. Lange und Söhne. It is the Lange one from 2003. Reference 101031 with a stunning lacquer black dial and the old school caliber that was based on JLC gear trains that you can recognize most distinctly by those islands on the three-quarter plates that's fashioned from that particular alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc that they call German silver. As you know, it begins with this yellowish hue already, but over the years, it takes on a patina that gives it even a more distinctly champagne like hue. Really beautiful. As always, of course, you have the freehand engraved balance cock, the swan neck regulator, the heat blued screws, and the rubies set into the gold chaton. Gorgeous movements as the beating heart of a beautiful watch full of character in the traditional 38.5 millimeter yellow gold Lange 1 case with the iconic asymmetric dial and the oversized dates. This is lot number 311 for a Lange 1 in yellow gold with the black dial. The starting bid, which coincides with the reserve price, is 22,630 in US dollars. 312, lot number 312, is one of my personal favorites when it comes to the Saxonia series. When it comes to also the automatic, the self-winding A. Lange und Söhne watches. This is the Saxomat reference 308025. It is in a 37 millimeter platinum case with alpha hands that are generously loomed. There are also pips of loom, like double pips of loom at the quarters as well. You have the oversized date at 12 o'clock, an oversized subdial for the seconds at 6 o'clock. But to me, the business side is really the backside when it comes to this watch, because you have here an oversized micro rotor, which is both this beautiful decorated gold and with the supplemental platinum weight as well. You have, of course, every bit of the decoration that distinguishes a Lange watch from many of its competitors, with uh, perlage, anglage, the glashütte ribbing, the heat blued screws, the freehand engraved balance cock. It is certainly a sight to see and take in. They don't make these oversized micro rotors anymore for the Zaxomat, so I really, really love this particular version. I think they actually present great value on the secondary market, if not necessarily in the auction circuits. This lot number 312 is also already being bid at above the ceiling of its estimates. The bidding currently stands at over 15,800 in US dollars. I'm going to go for another 20 minutes. So if you have any watch related questions, if you want me to look at any of the lots that I skipped, or some of the other lots that I might not even get to tonight, feel free. Lot 313 is Richard Lange Pour le Mérite. This is a watch with a black enamel dial and a constant force mechanism, a limited edition, in 18 carats white gold, with minutes written in red Arabic numerals at the quarters, beautifully balanced and elongated Roman numerals for the hours, alpha hands in matching white gold for the hours and minutes, and the seconds subdial at 6 o'clock. What a beautiful, beautiful piece. One of only 218 pieces. This is number 126. A. Lange und Söhne, Richard Lange, Pour le Mérite, reference 260-028 in 40.5 millimeter 18 karat white gold case with a black enamel dial. Lots 313 is currently being bid at around 34,000 US dollars. Lot 314 is the Hoya Carrera, called Mick Jagger because it's got the moves like Jagger. No, I'm just kidding. Because it was once spotted on Mick Jagger's wrist. This is the Carrera reference 1153. Stainless steel with the matching stainless steel bracelets from early 70s. A gray dial, tachometer at the chapter ring, date at 6 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and a 12-hour counter at 9. Beautiful orange accent on the centrally deployed chronograph seconds. This piece is was produced in between 1969 and 1974 for about 5 years. The reference 1153 was used to launch the automatic movement. As you can see, Hoya, as part of that marketing campaign, switched the crowns from its traditional 3 o'clock position to 9 o'clock to remind the wearer, as they said in their marketing copy, that you never need to wind this chronograph. Beautiful piece. The Hoya Carrera Mick Jagger reference 1153 from early 70s on its matching stainless steel bracelets at lot 314. The piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which is also the reserve, is right over 2,700 in US dollars. I have about 10 minutes, so I will focus on 3 or 4 more watches unless you have some questions or requests, which you should feel free to send in. At lot 315, we have a Tag Heuer Monaco reference CW5140 in yellow gold with a white dial. It is based on the 2894-2 ETA caliber, a 3 register chronograph with also the date at 6 o'clock. Pardon me, the continuous running seconds at 3 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 9, and the 12-hour counter at 6. The piece comes with its original chronometer certificate, instruction manual, as well as the presentation case and outer packaging. Lot number 315, which is a Tag Heuer Monaco reference CW5140 in 18 karat yellow gold from 2005, is currently being bid at slightly over 3,600 in US dollars. At 322, we have an oversized Breitling Navitimer. These cases these octagonal cases are actually devised to overcome some of the difficulties of the Breitling Navitimer um, due to the okay, let me phrase this again. These particular octagonal cases were designed to overcome uh, the Navitimer's chronic problems with waterproofness, and that was due, of course, to unique turning slide rule bezel of the Navitimer. These overcame those difficulties, but uh, yet again, they also made the watch 48 millimeters, which was gigantic. This is an edition that was issued to the Iraqi Air Force with a unique wing logo at 12 o'clock on a rally style strap with perforations and contrast stitching. And there is also the appropriate case back engraving that has the symbol of the Iraqi Air Forces. This is lot number 322. The Navitimer Iraqi Air Force reference 1806 in a 48 millimeter octagonal stainless steel case from around 1970. The piece is currently being bid at around 100, 200, sorry, 1,250 US dollars. At 323, we have a beautiful design by Breitling. This is a model called Sprint in a 40 millimeter stainless steel case. The piece runs on a hand wound 7733 Valjoux caliber, which is the predecessor of the ubiquitous 7750, which of course converted that base into a self-winding chronograph movement. This piece has a rotational bezel that combines a 12-hour indicator with a 60-minute timer. And it also has continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock and the 45-minute totalizer at 3. This is the Breitling Sprint reference 2010, a 40 millimeter 2-register stainless steel chronograph from mid 60s by Breitling with a rotational bezel, 12-hour and 60-minute timer. Lot 323 is currently being bid at $1,131. At 337, We have the Louis Vuitton Tambour Street Diver. This is a piece that was later to win in Skyline Blue GPHG award. It was the Divers Watch Prize winner in 2021. This particular example at lot 337 is an earlier example. The piece has the looks of a classic diver combined with hooded lugs attached to a rubber band and an internal rotational bezel, an inner rotational bezel for dive timing that you can operate with a separate crown at 2 o'clock. This particular example of Louis Vuitton's diver watch Tambour Street Diver in stainless steel comes with its full set of accessories at lot number 337. It has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid is right around 3,400 in US dollars. I'll do two more watches and close for today. At 3443, you have one of my favorite references of the Royal Oak in my absolute favorite execution of the two-tone. This is the early 90s reduced size Royal Oak 14790 36 millimeter case. In the early 90s, Audemars Piguet was at the forefront of introducing tantalum as a material for watchmaking. They have used it most famously in the Royal Oak that brought Nick Faldo into the fold in 1990, the so-called Royal Oak Championship model, celebrating his back-to-back championships in that year. Audemars Piguet also used tantalum in tantalizing, no pun intended, two-tone combinations, especially with pink gold accents, which is what you see here. You also have here a vertically brushed anthracite gray dial that fits that color scheme really well. Tantalum case, tantalum bracelets with an octagonal bezel in 18 karat pink gold. The crown and the tapering interlinks are also rendered in 18 karat pink gold, not to mention the fixtures of the dial. Very beautiful and strikingly unique version of the Royal Oak in this reduced size, 36 millimeters compared to the 39 of the Royal Oak Jumbo. This is lot number 343, 14790 TR, 36 millimeter Royal Oak in tantalum pink gold two-tone execution from 1994. The piece has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid, which also happens to be the reserve price, stands right around 24,900 in US dollars. The final watch of the day, please hit the like button if you can. Oh, Nelson, thank you so much. 20 Canadian dollars. Always enjoy your show. This, hope all is good. Thanks. We are all thinking of this. We are all trying to help him out in the best way that we can. Thank you for recognizing this and my show, Nelson. I really appreciate you and thank you for the super chat as well. Please hit the like button on your way out. I'm going to present on my last watch of tonight, which is another Royal Oak, this time in the original jumbo case, but in a two-tone execution. This is actually a beautiful and very unique watch because a lot of times it's hard to find the two-tone versions with the original dial configuration with the AP initial logo at 6 o'clock. Lot 344 is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo. The original reference 5202 SA, however, rather than ST, which actually is the two-tone reference. Stainless steel for the most part, but you have an octagonal bezel as well as the tapering interlinks on the bracelets, not to mention the fixtures on the Petite Tapisserie dial rendered in 18 karat yellow gold, which matches quite beautifully with the champagne background of the date wheel. What a stunning watch. Look at that slick profile. For me, one of the best designs of the 20th century, and not only in the realm of horology, in the way it combines the delicate elegance of a dress watch with the modern and dynamic and even brutalist touch of a sports watch. This might be an interesting deal precisely because it is in two-tone, which is much less popular. Only number 234, one of the first 250 Royal Oaks to be produced in two-tone. This is lot 344, reference 5402 SA. The piece, stunningly to me, has so far failed to attract any bids, but the reserve price is right around 22,630 in US dollars, which is the starting bid. The estimate given for this piece was between 21,000 to 56,500 in US dollars. Amazing piece. Comes with a Bücherer travel pouch as well as an Audemars Piguet service invoice, which I would like to see if I were to bid on this particular watch. A fantastic piece indeed. At lot 341, an original Royal Oak Jumbo from year 1978 in a two-tone execution. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I want to thank you all for your support and presence. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. subscribe. I'm here with watch content every day. Thank you for all your questions, interventions, and suggestions from the chat. Thank you to my brother Dis for joining me on the panel. I really appreciate his presence and contributions. I also want to recognize your friend Mikey, Mike David, Captain, Flat 4, 3 times, Dizordis, and Nelson Oliveira for their super chats, for their generous contributions. If you would like to help the channel, if you want to contribute in some way, you know how. The links are included in the video description. They're also now in the rolling ticker. I have also pinned them in the chats. If you join me on Patreon, you get the benefit of some exclusive content on a daily basis. This is in the form of 3 value propositions that I come across online. I actually do a recording that explains my reasoning, why I chose those particular pieces, what makes them so attractive, why are they good value, and finally, because I curate them in a particular way, because I group them around a certain focus, be it about a specific complication, about a particular brand, about a certain genre of a watch, it always ends up being an educational and informative journey. So if you would like to click the link and check out the tiers on Instagram, which are very clearly laid out, I can certainly help you on a more regular and one-to-one basis. There are some additional options, and there's also the option to just pledge your support for the content that I already generate on this channel and on my Instagram. Thank you for being with me. I can't wait to come back to you tomorrow. I already look forward to it, but before that, I need to take a little bit of a rest. I have a full day of work waiting for me tomorrow, but I look forward to seeing you again when we will talk watches. Until then, take care of yourself, stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches, and enjoy them. Seize the day. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu.